Alrighty.
This is the Interastral Peace Broadcast. Good evening, everyone.
Ah, super.
Good evening.
We are here to bring you the latest news from across the cosmos.
Through the combined efforts of multiple factions, the menace of the Lord Ravager, known as Iron Tomb, has been successfully neutralized.
The Intelligentsia Guild
That's the
reports its
same
first
stuff.
observation of a newly
That
formed
was gonna be
celestial
different.
body, designated as Amphoria.
1, 2, 3. I wonder how many armories and arsenals there are on each of these planets. Actually, I was just talking to myself. I don't think this question can be answered. To tell you the truth, there are many unworthy swordsmen in the world. If they lack the will to improve at swordsmanship, then I will have to take back every single one of their marvels of weaponry and put them in the molten remains. But I understand that wish is a little unrealistic. Oh, for sure. You have a unique constitution and a lot of potential. With your strength, wielding a baseball bat is no problem at all. Speaking of which, does the Express have a place specifically for storing weapons? Don't worry, I just want to talk to them. I don't have any other intentions.
Honestly, I never really even put too much thought into that. Like, realistically, like, why? Well, the whole phrase, rules are made to be broken, really only applies for, well, in some other cases, some other characters, but mostly for the Trailblazer. But why was the destruction weapon a baseball bat? Weird. See what preservation. See, well, this is not preservation. This is harmony, but this makes sense. Sense. I don't know why I said sense like that. Guess it's the tiredness kicking in. Because I wanted to stream a little earlier, but I was doing some Genshin stuff. And then I was playing Star Rail on a different account. Which, no, I'll get to that. Because I saw something pretty interesting. But, that's for later. But yeah, then I was doing that. Then I was doing one of the events for, WoWa. And then I was doing, Zen Zone. So I was going, like, I was pretty busy with that stuff. Trying to catch up and not be so far behind. Especially with Wuthering Waves, because that changes next week. And with Genshin, I want to try to get Venti on my main account. But we'll see how that goes. But anyways, yeah, all these other weapons make sense. Like the hat is the watchmaker, or Mikhail, because I don't even want to get into all that stuff with like the whole different watchmakers. The original watchmaker. Let's just put it like that. Mikhail. That's his hat. That's obviously the pen to write the Euphoria story. And then, of course, Irene as Mem. And then Alyssa Rand's um, weapon. And then you just have this. Which, this is just so random. Because you can't even really say. I mean, you kinda can. But, like, from Honka Impact 3rd, um, Cabin. But, I don't know. Like, so far, all these other ones is connected to something in Star Rail. So for this, like, the weapon itself to be connected to Honka Impact, I don't think so. That wouldn't make any sense. I mean, like I said, it could be like a nod or like a Easter egg or whatever you want to call it, but like the connection part, it has to be something a Star Rail. I just don't know what. Who the hell knows? Probably Elio. Yeah, dude, that Penacony quest was. It was alright. I'm just I just bro, because they basically I don't even know. It's like they retcon stuff, but then didn't, and then the whole script with Dahlia didn't happen, but then the Trailblazer made it real. So it's just, yeah, it's just all over the place. But anyways, the reason why I even brought that up is because I think I know who Elio might be. Because there was a cutscene of when it showed like a clock, like going forward in time, and then it stopped, and then it was going backwards, and then you had two hands coming out and like forcing the clock to go backwards, and then they like grabbed it and kind of like crushed it. Not exactly like crushing it, because the thing didn't like shatter, but like gripping it and then like pulling it back, and then that's where you get the whole rest of the talk of, you know, Dahlia and all these other people. Because it shows that, because in order, it was when Dahlia said the script was fake, the memories wasn't real, or the script was a different script. It wasn't Elio's, I guess you could say, main script or whatever. And the memory wasn't real, but then it became real because of Trailblazer. And then that's when you meet the Black Cat, which wasn't Elio. That's so goddamn disheartening. But it's even more insane that that's connected to Terminus. I'll get to that later. But yeah, it's like after all that stuff, and then after that talk with the Terminus cat, even though the cat doesn't talk back, but the talk with the cat and Dahlia, then that's when it shows the whole like clock thing. Is like a cutscene. It's pretty short, and then the hands is like gripping the clock, and then after that, that's when you get the the talks with I'm trying to remember the other ones. Oh, Robin and Jade, and then it was confirmed that Robin did the deal to save Sunday, which I'm so glad they showed that because I know I even mentioned it when I was doing the quest like a couple days ago, but like last year when that part came out, I saw so many people saying uh, that Sunday did a deal to free himself, which made absolutely no sense. So I'm glad they confirmed it that it was Robin because that thing was just ridiculous. And then it also confirmed, but that wasn't during the same time when Robin and Jade was talking. That was like much earlier in the finality quest. Um, then when Sunday did the whole thing with the Stellaron trying to resurrect Enna, he was an Emanator at that point. So glad they confirmed that also because is that's also kind of like another thing that was basically a little bit like on the common sense side. Like I don't understand how people did not understand that he was an emanator at that point. Especially when like last year, the first time you fought Sunday, and then it's after you quote unquote beat Sunday, then Jin Yuan and Dong Hong appeared, and then they fought, and then after that, Black Swan said, oh, was it Black Swan? I think it was Black Swan, saying something about a fight against Emanators. So, like, literally just proving that when Sunday was in that form, he was an Emanator. And Jin Yuan is also an Emanator. I'm pretty sure Dong Hong is also going to be an Emanator. Or he is an Emanator. But that's just a theory that I have. That's not a confirmation. It's mostly Jin Yuan and Sunday. But currently now, Sunday is not an Emanator, so that's completely different. But anyways, yeah, I don't understand how people were arguing about that last year. Oh my god. Oh yeah, now that I say that about the fight with the Emanators, I wonder. I mean, all 7 generals should be an Emanator, right? For this Xianzhou alliance? Because it's all a piece of Lan, and Lan gave them that power because of also like the will that they have in order to hunt whatever it is that they're hunting. So, and we basically know to basically get emanatorship is through like the blessing of the power, but not only that, because then Fushuan would be an emanator, but she's not because she got blessing of Noose. That's how she was able to do that Matrix. Whatever that machine is called. I forgot what's it called. That machine thing, the Matrix something. But anyways, yeah, but it has to be them giving the power and also like the person themselves has to be basically like a continuation of what the Eon is doing. Like it has to be like the will like of that path. Because with Eons, they literally just pursue the path like no matter what. And for them to like give emanatorship is kind of almost the same thing. That's why Akron is an emanator of Nihility. Because she basically both embodies the path and the will of that path. Even though, you know, she's trying to kill Nihility, but, you know, it's like, it's basically like what Nihility already does, so. But yeah, anyways, I was just saying all that stuff just to say that I'm pretty sure the 7 generals are also emanators. Oh yeah, dude. Oh, speaking of emanators, because that's why I also brought up that whole conversation thing with Jade and Robin, because they talked Aventurine and Ratio, I believe they talked. Another group of people I can't remember, and then the last one that I did was Silverwolf and Dahlia. And Silverwolf came on and said that if Dahlia joins, that she would become the Lord Ravager. Started with an E. But yeah, but basically she'll become a Lord Ravager if she joins. Which is kinda interesting. Because honestly, I think she's gonna become a Lord Ravager regardless. She might not bear the same name that Elio had in the script for when she did join the Stellar Hunters, but I'm pretty sure she's probably gonna still become an Emanator, or at least a Lord Ravager, because she is just like she is like extremely powerful. But you know that's kind of interesting though, because he didn't accept her in the group because of a betrayal, and then with that betrayal, she become a Lord of Avenger. But if you think about it, if she becomes a Lord of Avenger, then she will literally just betray the destruction also. So she'll betray the other Lord of Avengers. Because that's literally what she's been doing with everyone. She joins a group, the when she does physically join a group and not, memory manipulation stuff. But when she actually joins a group, she betrays them. When she meets a friend, she betrays them. When she meets anybody, she betrays them. Like, her whole thing is just betrayal. Like, she would literally, betray herself. Which I'm pretty sure that's what she probably did. That's how she ended up being, her playable path is nihility. Because if she was a memo keeper before, with memo keepers, their body, like their physical body, is like detached, like from their soul, and their soul is kind of like the form that we see now. Like, where's this girl? Like Black Swan. Like, yes, we could see her physically, but I don't know if she actually really looks like that because she's a memo keeper. So what we see now is like a Memoria version of her. So realistically, this probably isn't even how she actually looks. Or it could be how she actually looks. Who knows? But yeah.
Memories seem to be different again.
So I wonder if somehow, because like I said, she betrays everything, that when she was a memo keeper and she betrayed them, did they like get rid of her body somehow, some way? Or did she find a way to betray her original body and now she's separated from soul and body? Like, I don't even know. But yeah, she's just, I don't know, dude. I got no clue. You know what was actually, well, I don't know if I should start with the other thing first. Well, actually, this could. Yeah, because I was thinking this might be a long shot. A very, very, very big long shot. But I wonder if Dahlia is somehow connected to Kafka. Because when we met Dahlia, and she was quote unquote reading our forgotten memories, which that's, I already went through that. But the cat was there. And for Kafka, basically everywhere she goes, that cat is also with her. But to be fair, that's not too much of a strong lead. But I mean, kinda is something. Because with Terminus, we know Terminus's true form is 1,000 hands. I don't know if it's connected to a body or is it literally 1,000 hands or we don't know. But according to Dahlia, and even though she lies about everything, so it could be a lie. But I don't know. It might be true. And it would make sense. But anyways, according to her, Terminus has 1,000 hands. And when finality happened, he went backwards in time. And when he went backwards in time, he kind of like, basically like Foley and all these other people, kind of like shattered himself. And when he shattered himself, then the 1,000 hands turn into black cats. So I'm assuming there's probably 1,000 Terminus or black cats, if you want to call it that. Well, black cats and Terminus is the same thing. But anyways, you know what I'm like basically trying to get at. I'm basically trying to say that since Dahlia said that Terminus has 1,000 hands, and then he shattered himself, and then went backwards in time, and when he went backwards in time, all of the hands turn into cats. And then they flow on the river of time, as how she puts it. And now they just spread out, most likely past, present, future, and stuff like that. So, like I said, I think there's most likely 1,000 black cats because there was 1,000 Terminus hands. Because that would be kind of dumb. If your true form is like 1,000, not even hands, like if it's 1,000 eyes, 1,000 bodies, 1,000 feet, 1,000 ears, or whatever, and you're going backwards in time, and you're creating like an animal to like replicate what you are, then it should be 1,000 cats. So I'm assuming. You see, okay, this is also another thing. This is why I think Kafka might be connected to Dahlia. Because, like I said, like when you met Dahlia, she did all that memory stuff. A Terminus cat was there. Every time you see Kafka, there's always a Terminus cat around her also. Well, besides in the story. But I'm pretty sure it will happen pretty soon. But, like, even in her splash art, which, Yeah, even in her splash art, it's uh, yeah, the cat is there, and then you also have like trailers, like the exo tail. Even her one of her trailers, which I believe when she's fighting during the whole what's it called? The Jalepa Rebellion or something like that. Not when she gets captured. It's like before that. The events leading up to her getting captured in that. But, realistically, she didn't get captured. Because, it was all part of the plan. But, anyways. Yeah. Um, the cat is always there. And this cat is like a physical form. But with Dahlia, it was like a ghostly form. So I don't know like if Dahlia is like the ghost counterpart of like Kafka or something like that. And then because that cat is always with Kafka, then how do I explain it? Since like that cat is always with Kafka, right? And if Dahlia is connected to Kafka, then Dahlia will have her own version of Kafka's cat. And both of them will be kind of like the quote unquote like ghost or soul or whatever of like Kafka and that cat that you see right there in the splash art. Maybe that's why the cat that we saw with Dahlia was kind of like a ghost, like shadow form, and it wasn't physical because the physical one is the one there with Kafka. And then, of course, Blade, Firefly, and Silverwolf. Now that I'm talking about the Stellaron Hunters, and more people joining, and previous people who did join that maybe left, maybe they didn't, who the hell knows. I wonder if those like all those umbrellas are members because you have Kafka in the middle with no umbrella, then that Terminus cat, which technically that would be a Stellaron hunter. So Terminus, um, then Blade, Silverwolf, and then the one with that short skirt above Kafka's head, that's Firefly. Because that's how Firefly dressed up in the Japel Rebellion thing, or Japella Rebellion, whatever that thing was called. And then Blade, like the one to his shoulder, like right under. Those look like women legs. And then the other two, like on the bottom of Kafka, I have no idea. Because it literally just shows only the top of the umbrella. But the one that looks like women legs, I'm pretty sure that's either Sparkle or Polka. Because I'm still gonna keep up with that theory. I think Polka and Sparkle were members, or maybe currently still is. And then obviously the Trailblazer. which is probably one of the bottom ones. And then the other one could be the real Elio or just someone else. Not entirely sure. But anyways, yeah. Uh, you got that. Oh, and also, how the hell do I zoom in? Oh, I know it don't mean that much, but just hear me out. You see the butterfly she has, and then on her right ear, she has like that like ball earring. Do you know who else has a ball earring that looks exactly like that? Yep. I don't know, man. I might be onto something. It was pretty far-fetched. But, and doesn't she have some, butterfly connection also? So she's like nihility. Oh no, there's just a bunch of crows everywhere. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it could actually be something. Because like I said, she's always betraying everyone. So even for her to betray herself, if she is connected to Kafka, like, mm, well, I don't know if it's exactly like them being the same person, but honestly, I would not be surprised by that. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm genuinely not sure. Mm. I was looking through these because I was like looking at the what you call it, like the name of these like ability stuff. Seeing if I could see anything that could be some type of uh yeah, right. You know what? Let's actually go do that right now. Yeah, I was just looking at that just to see if oh god. What is this? Okay, you see, bro. Okay, bro. With that statement just right there, like that's like basically what Kafka kind of is of the Stellar Hunters, and then also, which I literally just remember this right now, when you literally start the quest on the train and you go to the other cart and Dahlia like like forges the Astral Express like memories into thinking she was like one of them. And then when like the Trailblazer is like starting to like realize what's happening and then question her, and then she like resets like the scenario, and then the Trailblazer does it again. Then when he looks at Dahlia, that's when Kafka appears, and then she tells him the truth about um memories, and like the Trailblazer is the one that could change all possibilities and whatnot, so don't fall for stuff. And then after she says that, is it back to Dahlia again? So like I don't know, bro. I think there's too much like there's like too much physical connections that they're showing us of like stuff that they're doing. I don't think this is just I don't think this is just like a random thing to like throw you off. And it's definitely not a coincidence, because I always say this all the time. If anything ever looks like a coincidence in a Hoyoverse game, it's because it means something. So, but I don't think anything yet is kind of like a coincidental-ish yet. But yeah, I literally completely forgot about that scene. I just thought of it right now, as soon as she said the family and then how to play the role of a mother. Like that literally just dawned onto me. That's basically what Kafka does. Then the memory of what I just explained, and then also the earring is like literally the same. Uh, I'm pretty sure I could find something with a butterfly. And in Kafka's butterfly thing, the thing is not even whole. It's like one of the wings is like messed up. It has kind of like a hole. And then the the two cats, like one physical, the other like a ghost. I don't know, man. I don't know. Bro, like, dude, bro, this just sounds, this don't sound right, bro. This should really, I don't know, man. I think this she's connected to Kafka. I don't know, man. But all right, you know what? Let's actually start, because I want to read. I want to read all her stuff.
flame flickers ever stronger.
You know, what's another thing that I was just realizing? If she is connect, connected to Kafka, which I think she is the other Everflame Mansion people also connected to the other Stellarons? Or to the other Stellaron hunters? Like, does Dubra, like, mirror, I guess, Silverwolf? Does Akash mirror Firefly? Does Constance, not Constance. Um, wait, actually, no, because she's Constance. Um, what the hell was that other girl's name? The one with the red hair, the one that loves to fight. Is that one supposed to mirror Blade? Or I don't know. I think I might just be like overthinking it, just like literally everything else. That might not be the case. But you know what's, I don't know. It's just something is off about her, man. Cause I know while I was doing the quest, or well, before I did the quest, I was talking about some theories. Which oh, by the way, I know I mentioned it before that he was wrong, but then at the end of the quest, I forgot to mention that he ended up being right because Nova Impact was right in terms of what Dahlia's paths were in order. So she was destruction, then she went to remembrance, and then she was destruction again. But you know, like very early in the quest to midway, it didn't look like it was going like that. And she even said herself, you know, she wasn't any of that stuff. So that's why I, you know, believed it and thought he was wrong. But then, you know, near the ending of the quest, everything was basically a lie, and yes, that's, you know. So he ended up technically being right. That she was destruction, then remembrance, and then destruction again. But I said that because that was one of the theories I was talking about that I saw someone say. And then the other one was Cat with a Blue Hat um, theorizing that the Dahlia was a Stellaron hunter. Which, again, I thought that was right because, you know, it looked like that. And then it ended up not being right. And then at the very end of the quest, she asked to join and they said no. But who the hell knows? She probably figure a way to join anyway. Because regardless of the situation, I'm pretty sure she's gonna become a Ravager. But that's something else. But but yeah, I mentioned that because when I was talking about that one of the proofs, which is now is still like dawning to me. That's why I think she's connected to Kafka. But anyways, because one of the proofs that Cat with a Blue Hat had to connecting Dahlia to being a Stellar Hunter was the way the description of their trailer was. Because if you look at the Stellaron Hunters trailers, and look at the descriptions, is written very differently from all other descriptions. So like if you look at, just for an example, like Finon's trailer or like the Euphoria's trailer, Mighty, Cyrene, Donghang, or like whatever, is all like written like differently than compared to Stellaron Hunters. So there's that. Then the Exaltail, which is also Stellaron Hunter related. But that one is like as a group together, not just individuals. But then you look at how those descriptions are, and then if you look at the Everflame Mansion description, is written the same way like the Stellaron Hunter's description is. So why is that still the same case if she's not a real quote unquote Stellaron Hunter? Like I don't know. Like I don't know. It's throwing me off. And the only logical answer I could find right now is her being connected to Kafka. She even like looks like Kafka. Like look at the face structure. Like they literally basically like hold on. Where is she? Like hold on. Can I get a closer? Yeah, like look. They literally like look the same. She just doesn't have the like the little birthmark under her left eye. But this one does. She has it. They have both the same right earring, both cats that follow them around. I guarantee you another quest or whatever that she would appear, the same black cat will also follow her. Exactly like how um the Stellaron hunters have their own black cat that mostly follows Kafka around. So there's that. And even when which now I'm just realizing this also, but when she does her whole like like evil, burning memory stuff, when her eyes kind of like light up to like a reddish pink, it like looks basically almost the same as these. So, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me see something. Oh, I had to get to 80 to get the last one.
It's tough to get going again once you've stopped, don't you think?
Yeah, I gotta fix all this stuff, but that's for another time. Okay.
Hi, Astral
Let's see.
Expressors. Well, space and time are practically infinite, and yet right here, right now, we find ourselves together. That's the nature of destiny. It creates a miracle, but convinces you of an accident. Oh, bye-bye. See if you can surprise me next time. Before I joined the Stellaron Hunters, the nature of my work meant that I barely ever saw the same person twice.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. You see the butterfly, like on the left wing. well, technically for us, because we're seeing it like face to face, it will be the right, but it will be Kafka's left. The wing kind of has like a little hole on almost like the
Elio
tip
said
of
that
it.
I'm good at creating fear, even though I don't know what it is.
Okay. This this is something. Because we know Kafka can't handle emotion. Or not handle. That's not the correct term. She doesn't understand emotion. And I think with her joining the Stellaron Hunters is her to feel, and especially feel love, because she will be like the mother figure to the Trailblazer. That's, you know, that's what I think, but that's something else entirely. But yeah, I don't know. It's like what if like Dahlia is like her, I don't know how to explain it. Like Dahlia would be like her I wouldn't really say like soul or whatever, but I guess because I guess a way to put it would kind of be like the soul of Kafka. That's why Kafka can really have any type of emotion. And with Dahlia, her whole thing is fear. Because she just could implant memories, take it away, erase them forever, being connected to the finality. So, I don't know.
Playing the violin and firing a gun both require flexible fingers, but bullets are more obedient. I especially love velvet coats. They're so fragile and beautiful, difficult to maintain. You only have to be a tiny bit careless to ruin the sheen. Oh, the past and the future are so similar to each other. I'm indifferent towards them.
Now that she says that, because I know earlier I said I saw something on my other account that I was gonna get to. Because you know how you wait for the game to like load and it will have like some random like fact. So one of the facts that popped up was about Akavili. And I couldn't read the whole thing because the shit went by mad fast. But I did catch the ending of it. And the ending of it said that the Trailblaze still continues even though Akavili has met his end already. Which is weird because for him to meet his end, he would have to reach, or how I think it is, he would have to reach finality so then everything could happen all over again. And then Trailblaze could, trailblaze through the next cycle of the universe. But since I don't think Trailblaze reached the end because he just disappeared, then Terminus went backwards, purposely looking for him. Then what end did he meet? And then it kinda dawned to me. This is gonna sound even way more far-fetched than what I was doing right now with Dahlia and Kafka. But just hear me out, no. Hear me out. Because we know that Emphorius is like the mini universe of the actual universe. Because every single thing, because I thought like before it was like kind of like the characteristics, but now I'm starting to think, I think it's like literal. I think it's characteristics, um, personality, how they handle situations, how they fight, how they literally do everything. I think everything is like a literal, what you call it, like a literal representation of the real eons. Just not like looks, obviously, because the hunt doesn't look like how Mighty looks like, but everything else they do is like the same. Because I know I talked about this like a while before, like on YouTube. Like I was going into like insane amount of detail about all this stuff. But I'll just say some stuff real quick. Because we know that when Lycus created the scepter, like even before the whole eternal occurrence happened and then Finon got trapped. Yeah, well, not really trapped. Finon and Cyrene was trapping Lycus for the 33 million cycles. But technically, Finon and Cyrene also trapped themselves. But anyways, that's something else. But like Lycus's original plan in the scepter was to create like the equivalent of like the real eons inside there, and then you know create all this like chaos and whatnot to like resurrect, or not resurrect, give birth to Iron Tomb. That's why he destroyed the Demiurge, because that would be like Iron Tomb's consciousness, and he wanted Iron Tomb to look for a head, and with looking for a head, he would target Noose. So, but originally, obviously, they weren't here. He wasn't here. He wasn't here, and she wasn't here. So originally it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so out of the 11, the ones that stayed the same was this one, this one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 stayed the same because the other ones changed. And then these guys, of course, entered inside Emphorius. But these two changed. Okay, so if we're comparing to Euphorius to the real Eons, it will be. Well, I'm not gonna go in order because I'm gonna say Phainon for last. Because I have a theory on him. It gets pretty insane. But her ascending to fully, which she ascended in Euphorius. So she was like Euphorius is fully, and she only appeared at the end of Euphorius, exactly like how the real fully will appear only at the end of the universe. So that's like the literal part. That's the same between them. Him hunting the abundance, which I was wrong about the whole Stellaron thing. Because I thought the abundance counterpart in well, no, I am right about that. I'm just not about the Stellaron part. But I thought that due to Lygus using the Stellaron to kill the Demiurge, that the scepter got corrupted, which that is true. And then when the scepter got corrupted, it made the Black Tide. That is also true. But how I thought it was because the Stellaron corrupted the scepter, creating the Black Tide, that in the real universe, the Stellaron was abundance made, and then the abundance spreads Stellarons everywhere, and then, created Mars Struck and all the other stuff. But I was wrong about that. But the Black Tide in Euphoria still is like the abundance. Because it basically is Mara struck. So there's that. And then Mighty keeps on fighting and hunting the Black Tide to destroy it. Exactly like how Land the Hunt hunts the abundance and Mara struck and stuff like that. So there's that. Her balancing life and death, just like equilibrium. Anexa trying to figure out the truth of Euphorius. Noose figuring out or trying to figure out the truth of the universe. So there's that. Agalaya, Beauty. How I think this is, because we really don't know anything about Trilla. So I think because like her major thing she did in Euphorius, there's two things. She became the leader after Ceridra sacrificed herself. And as she became the leader of the Chrysos heirs, and she continued, the Era Nova stuff. But the second thing she did, which was more important than the first one, is that she sacrificed herself, basically like Ceridra, even though Ceridra did it for other purposes, but I'll get to that. But Agalaya sacrificed herself so the Christless heirs could continue on. So I think with that, I think with Adrilla, that Adrilla sacrificed herself so the other paths could still live on. Because now all the paths are intertwined with beauty. And now that all paths have beauty in it, all paths now have a purpose of not only just being like destruction is destruction or knowledge is knowledge and stuff like that. Now you have the trying to think of like a good phrase for it. But basically, let's put it like this, because I mentioned this before. Well, it was on YouTube, but it doesn't matter. I mentioned it before. It's like, let's take Lygus for an example. That Lygus was so fascinated, and he was so like blinded by his like own rage. That's also another thing. I think that's why he has the thing covering his eyes, like symbolizing being blinded by his own rage. But anyways, like him doing all this stuff to like make Iron Tomb ascend so Iron Tomb could kill Noose. So it was like Lygus sees the beauty of destruction, like Lygus sees the beauty of destruction killing erudition. So to him, that's like beauty in his eyes. And then, what was another example I used? Oh, and then even Adrilla. That Adrilla found beauty in her ascending, then like that's how beauty even became like such like a core, like found like throughout the universe or whatever. So it's just, I don't, it's just like stuff like that that also kind of makes me think that when Adrilla sacrificed herself, there's like beauty in literally everything. Oh, Argenti, that's a really good example. Like Argenti sees the Trailblazer beautiful, Himiko, March, a plant. I'm pretty sure he says Boot Hill. Um, what else? Well, that's all I can remember right now. But yeah, it's like just like stuff like that. That it just like, to me, it makes it seem like I think that's like Agalaya's like connection to Adrilla in terms of like what both of them did. Because Agalaya sacrificed herself, protecting the Chrysos heirs, and letting the Chrysos heirs like journey continue on. So there's like beauty like within that, and hope that you know the Chrysos heirs could reach Aranova and stuff like that. And then Adrilla, like I said before, her sacrificing herself and putting beauty out in the universe So now there's beauty in everything. People just have to see beauty within within their own eyes. But I think all paths have some type of beauty in it. Cypher, honestly, I'm still not even entirely sure. I'll get back to her. Oh, permanence. Well, he's technically like an anomaly because he's not supposed to be an Euphorius. But I mean, even though it was what was the name? Uh, Terra, Terravox, and then it became Donghong. But again, Donghong wasn't supposed to be there, so it ended up changing like the direction of the path and the stuff inside of Forius. But yeah, just even with this impermanence, it's like well, in the universe with permanence. Oh, that's also kind of difficult because Long supposedly is already dead. And with him, he just created all this stuff. And then, kind of like like damn, why am I like stuck on stupid? Like Jesus Christ, I'm like stuck. What's the? It's like the whole thing that Dong Hong himself did, or Dong Feng, that he was forced to do, and then Dong Hong was born after that. Like the whole like rebirth stuff. But like with rebirth, it was like the rebirth of like the same like person or dragon or creature or whatever. So it's kind of basically almost the same thing, like what Dong Hong was doing in Amphorius. He accepted the Dong Feng's past, and then he merged with Terravox, and then he kind of kept everything like kind of in check. So yeah, there's that, and then Long basically does the same thing. So I guess both of them, like that connection, would probably be just like the whole like creating and then protecting their creations while like using like a rebirth system. So there's that. Hycelin's, she's even worse than Cypher. I'm pretty sure I could think of something. This preservation. Um, Actually, what's pretty interesting about this is because of Ika. I wonder. Hmm. Because since she represents preservation, I wonder, like, because in the Euphoria's quest, when she merged with Aquila and then became the Sky Titan, she knew she was gonna get corrupted. So then, like, her last piece of her before, she went in and merged. And then Ika went back to the city, and then that's how they were able to create like those like bubble shields protecting the people of Akama. So I wonder with that, like I wonder if Ika is supposed to be the preservation um what's the weapon that he uses to create amber? The hammer. I wonder if Ika is supposed to be Quilloprov's. And is that how you even say his name? Quilloprov's? Quilloprov? The Preservation Eon. Him. Like when he hits something and like shatters or kills or even forges, because that's also another thing. Um, when he uses his hammer, he shields it in amber. So I wonder if Ika is supposed to be kind of like the symbol of the hammer. And that's how Hyacinth and Ika was able to create like those bubbles to protect the people in Akama. Because that bubble will kind of be almost like her version of the amber that the Preservation Eon does. So I think that's the literal connection right there. Is like both preserving with like quote unquote amber like ability or whatever you want to call it. Because like I said, with Hyacinth and Ika, they created like those shields, which were like bubbles. And then Triby, Harmony. I think the obvious one is the three tributes you see right there. Sheepei's three faces that you see on her physical body. But then, like, her ability wise, which is also Triby's ability wise, is the 1,000 Tribbies. Like, all of them all together. Because the three you see right there are the last, like, surviving ones. But there were 997 previous. And with Sheepei, even though she has three physical faces that you see on her, she still has like 1,000 like faces inside of her body. Basically like a shapeshifter. That's kind of how it sounds like. Or maybe she could just take out like the puzzle pieces like of her body, and then that could be like one of her 1,000 faces or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of um like a physical thing. But like stuff that they did in the story that could be something that Sheepei did herself. Oh, I wonder if Sheepei could time travel. because with Trivies, they open the Janus gate and they could like, kind of like teleport from one place to another. So with Sheepei, I wonder if she could do that, but on a much more gigantic like scale. Like I wonder if she could open stuff to teleport, but not only teleport. What if she could go back in time? And maybe also go in the future. I never really thought about that. But yeah, there's that. Saridra, her thing, which this is what I was also saying the other day about Anna probably sacrificing herself because she knew about the 4 apocalypse thing. Because with Saridra, what she did is obviously she sacrificed herself. And when she sacrificed herself, she was able to change a law inside the scepter. So the Chrysos heirs and Amphorius still have a fighting chance. So if I was to compare that to what Anna is probably doing, is that she probably lost on purpose. Let Sheepei absorb her so that whenever this whole finality stuff is really gonna start kicking in, and when harmony is gonna become a very big problem, then Anna could like change something within Sheepei to probably like sway her like off the direction of like fulfilling Harmony's path of doing the whole finality stuff. So basically like quote unquote changing finality's law. Kind of like what Saridra did. So I think that's the connection right there. I think Enno let herself get merged with Sheepei in order to uh in order to try to change the outcome of this whole finality stuff. But Evernight, I still think with every man, I'm like hiccuping a lot, man. What the hell? But yeah, with Evernight, I think with every child of Anarsara, and even Fuli themselves, that there's a Ignomata counterpart. So I'm pretty sure like sooner or later Cyrene is gonna have some type of Ignomata uh part. Or maybe Cyrene herself is the um Ignomata. But that's a whole nother thing. I could probably go back to that later. But yeah. But as stuff that they did in the story, Because like I said, I don't think, because before originally I thought it was like some of like the characteristic stuff, but now I'm starting to think it's like everything, like kind of like literal of what they did, and also characteristic wise, like what like makes the connection between Amphorius and the real Eons. Because so far there's a lot for a majority of them. Well, actually, all of them. I just need to figure out what all of them is. But I could pretty much think of a majority. But with her, let's see. She hid the truth, distorted it in order to tell the truth later to help the Trailblazer. But then even in doing so, it still ended up looking like she was against them. Okay, so because we know Mythos distorts and corrupts like knowledge, kind of like the Cremators. A little bit like that, but the thing with the Cremators is that they destroy the memories entirely, and Mythos just like twists the truth and like puts a lie, and that's basically what she did. But what would be Mythos's whole thing like in the real universe? Because we know why March does it in Amphorius. Hmm. Well, let's see. Um, March went to Amphorius before all of them. Didn't get recognized. She was there longer than the Astro Express. And Evernight took over. Started hiding stuff. The Demiurge wasn't there. Hmm. Huh. You know what it could be? Because since Mythos and Remembrance will be, or Ignomata and Remembrance will be connected, then what if they're spreading lies? Probably, but they haven't said it yet, or I don't think they have. Um, I haven't read every single one of those books, but I wonder if they're doing all this stuff because if you tell a lie enough times, it would become true. So if they do that, Are maybe they're trying to make Fully be born earlier than when Fully is supposed to be born? So Fully wouldn't be born at the end of the universe. Fully would be born way before that. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. That's why they keep on distorting history and whatnot. Because if they do all that, and then like I said, if you tell a lie enough times it becomes truth, then maybe they could get Fully or someone to ascend to Fully early. But as far as why, I don't know. Hmm. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. And then this obviously is the Trailblaze. But okay. Now this is where Vina comes into play. Because when I read that like that like when you're like loading into something and like stuff pop up, like the little facts. When that fact about Akavili came out and said that he didn't reach his end yet, made me wonder. Because, like I said, Lygus did all this stuff from the very beginning, before the whole occurrence stuff. Then he had to like adapt on the fly using his algebraic, stuff. Um, yeah, it was Finon who was originally Deliverer. And we know Deliverer is supposed to be Trailblaze. Because when he comes around, he, like wanders around, and then you find out he's dead, so then Castrus, like, resurrects him. And then a whole bunch of other stuff. And then when Finon fights Flame Reaver, and then they merge, and he becomes Castellana, then he gives deliverership to the Trailblazer. So I say that to say this. I know this is gonna sound insane, but I think Nanook might be a nameless. Because like I said, Lycus created all this stuff like in his perfect image, and it mimicked everything that the Eons actually did. So if you take all of them and like basically like how I basically broke it down, like all the stuff that they did, like the literal stuff that they do, comparable to what the actual eons do themselves, like it matches up in like all of them. Even though, Cypher and Hysolence, haven't figured that out, but I'll get to that after. Maybe I could figure it out. But all of them matches their eons, and they do something that both of them matches, like something that they did. So if Lygus made Finon, and Finon is destruction, and like I said, he was Deliverer before the Trailblazer, and the Deliverer is basically the Trailblaze position of Amphorius, and if Finon was the first one, then Nanook was a nameless also. And then, he ended up being, Nanook. But before that, he was a nameless. Because I was thinking that he could be Akavili, but no, I don't think that's what it is. Especially that Lygus made Finon to be destruction specifically. But since Finon was destruction and he was Deliverer, then I think he's nameless. Because not they, Finon did that, and then that's when he merged with his other self, and then became like destruction, which is, when he fought against the Legion and Zephyro and then hit Nanook in the face. I'm trying to think, like, because with Nanook, I wonder if Nanook was probably friends with Akavili. That will probably explain why he's one of these paths pushing towards finality. Because even though, well, of course destruction will push stuff into finality because of destruction. But Nanook is very like he knows what he's doing. Like he's planning everything out like accordingly. Basically, like if he had his own type of Elio script or whatever. Because if he was just truly, let's just destroy everything, then he most likely would have already made an attempt at sending his Ravengers to go kill all the Eons they're supposed to hunt. But when Iron Tomb ascended, it's like he knew about Cyrene going back in time with the Trailblazer and then giving themselves like another shot of fighting Iron Tomb and then defeating Iron Tomb. So like if he knew all that, that's why he didn't tell the other Ravengers to join. But if he knew that, then that means he knows some type of like I said, like some type of like Elio script or whatever. And that's why he's being like very methodical. And that's exactly why he's probably one of the paths towards finality. Besides, like what I said, the obvious of destruction. But if he does it like correctly and like being like methodical with it and not just sending everyone out just to die, then that makes him even more dangerous because he knows what he's doing. And if he has a script, that's even more dangerous. And I'm pretty sure he has someone better than a script. Because he might have Akabili. They might be friends. Or he might have helped them before. Like he went on and continued on his path for the Trailblaze. He probably helped Nanook. But yeah, I think that's exactly what it is with Finon and Nanook. Because you can't even really say like destruction with destruction. I mean, well, you could kind of say that. But like because like with all the other people, it's like I was basically explaining before, it's like kind of like literal stuff, like him finding out the truth, her balancing life and death, hunting the black tide, which would be like the Marstruck, so like abundance, her ascending to fully. But like with Nanook, he wants destruction to kill everything, and then even destruction destroying himself. But with Finon, it's not like Finon. Well, Finon kind of was destroying himself, the Flame Reaver, but then they merged together and created Castellana. So at that point, it's no longer like Finon destroying himself. It's Finon destroying Nanook. Like you see what I'm like basically trying to get at? I know it kind of sounds like a little confusing, but like I said, all these other ones is like literal. But with him, it kinda was, like with the Flame Reaver, but then it wasn't, and now he's hunting that Nook. So what exactly? It would have to be probably something with the Trailblazer, and then in that Nook's case would be Akavili, and then also related to this whole finality stuff. But I don't think it's really like Finon destroying himself. Even though Finon's supposed to be kind of like the Nanook like version of himself, basically. So, it could still kind of be like that. But I think, I don't know. I don't know. I got a feeling it's gonna end up being something with the Trailblaze, especially that Akavili has never reached whatever he's supposed to reach, which might be the imaginary tree. Oh, oh, huh. Okay. I just realized if if Akavili is supposed to reach the imaginary tree, and then finality will happen, and then a new cycle of the universe will happen, and then Trailblaze will start again, and then Trailblaze through. I wonder if Elio. Now, hear me out. This is about to get even more crazy than all the stuff I already been saying. But I wonder if Elio was at the imaginary tree and told Akavili to go back. And that's why he didn't reach the end. And therefore, that's why Terminus went backwards in time and then spread themselves as like cats. And then they also went back in time. And then they themselves are still also past, present, and even future, probably looking for Akavili. All because Elio told them to go back and don't finish the journey. Probably giving the Trailblazer a chance to change destiny. Hmm. And also, because now that I'm thinking that, if I am right about those hands in the cutscene from the quest, those hands being Elio, and like forcing the clock to stop and going backwards, then is Elio higher than an Eon? So would Elio be considered like one of those sky people from Honka Impact? Kind of like how the sky people was hunting this universe's Himiko, which is the Star Rail universe. That's why Welt left his, went into the Star Rail to protect Himiko, because the Sky People was after her, which they still have never explained what that was, but that's a whole nother thing. Hmm. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Because if Elio is one of the Sky People, why would he betray? Because I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to do that. If he is one of the Sky People. But why would he betray? Well, then again, he calls himself Destiny's Slave. But will he be a slave to if he would be higher than the Eons? Because I'm pretty sure the Sky People are higher than Eons. And what exactly are the Sky People? Why are they called the Sky People? And why do they protect their imaginary tree? But clearly they didn't even do a good job. Because in Honka Impact 3rd, Otto basically beat the hell out of all of them. And then went up and touched the tree. And then in Star Rail, Aha literally climbed the tree, sat on top of it, looked in the void, stared at it for so long, most likely broke his mind. And then that's when he saw some child. That child fell. Aha busted out laughing. And then they ascended to Eonhood. So, what exactly is the whole purpose of these Sky People? What are they protecting? Oh, that's weird. But anyways, um, yeah. As far as Hycelins or Hycelins, with her, she was the guard to Ceridra. And then after that, she hid in the abyss, waiting for the Trailblazer. So, I don't know about the guard part. I mean, maybe that still could be a thing. Maybe Enna had like a royal guard. Which, again, I'm not too sure about that. But I do think about the hiding part is literal. That there might be someone hiding inside the Nihility. Like, literally inside Nihility. Not like Akron's black hole space thing. I think there's someone inside of IX, the actual Eon. Just waiting for the Trailblazer. I don't know who. Probably Elio? Or who the hell knows? Maybe even Akavili himself. But I think that's probably the actual connection. And then with Cypher, because now that I just said about Hysolence, because her thing was lying about the Dawn device and keeping it on through the lie that she created. And then as soon as she died, that lie fell apart. And then that's when the Dawn device shut down, and then, all this chaos happened in Akama. So it could be two things. If Akavili is inside IX waiting for the Trailblazer, then maybe Aha is telling the lie of, who knows, Akavili didn't reach a journey, or he uh, did reach his journey or whatever, or saying that he's lost or something along those lines. But the actual truth is Akavili is just hiding inside IX waiting. But if he was to die, then, that lie will also die with him. And then it will probably be revealed that Akavili is hiding inside IX. That could be it. Or it could be just something else entirely. But the whole thing about Aha lying and keeping the lie alive because he's alive, but if he died, that lie will also die, then whoever the person is hiding inside IX will probably be revealed, which could be Elio if it's not Akavili. Maybe that's what it is. Like the actual literal connection of Cypher to Aha. Oh yeah. And then this whole, because I said I was gonna go back to this. The Ignomata form. Maybe Cyrene herself is the Ignomata form because of like the whole, what you call it? Like the whole ending of Euphorius that happened. Because she ascended to fully, or Euphorius fully, and then went back in time, merged with the Demiurge and whatnot, gave them a fighting chance against Iron Tomb, killed Iron Tomb, then her and the Trailblazer shot out an arrow, which was way better than Long the Hunt's. Oh no, not Long, Land the Hunt. Because Land, when he shoots an arrow, he kills everything in sight. Like, he literally kills his own, like, teammates. Like, it's insane. But anyways. But, but yeah, then she shot out the arrow. And then killed off the rest of the Iron Tooth virus that was, like, spreading out. And then talked to Herda, learn the truth about Foley, fully isn't born yet, because he'll be born at the end of the universe. So there's someone in the universe currently that has the potential to become fully. She has the highest one, but then also not. She's the lowest one because then she ends up trapping herself in the euphoria cycles all over again because she's also keeping Iron Tomb at bay. So she ended up being indirectly the weakest candidate to become fully. So due to her doing that indirectly, well, due due to her doing that purposely, so she could keep Iron Tomb at bay, she indirectly becomes the weakest because now she's in a prison and she wouldn't ascend. And that's something most likely Mythos would probably do. So that in itself probably would be the Ignomata form. That's why I think Cyrene herself is the Ignomata form. But damn, what was I even like? I completely like went sideways. How did this even start? I was doing something with Kafka and then oh, uh, because I was talking about the stuff I saw on my other account, and then I just
There's a
did
planet I go to every summer to look at the sea. That's when the tides are fiercest. You have to stand far away on the shore. Then one year, they constructed a long observation pier. I haven't been back since.
I wonder if that's um what's it called? Um, Pier Point, where the IPC is.
My homeworld is one of many planets changed by a stellaron. Oh, it's a shame I never got to witness how far it fell at the time.
Okay, this is also another thing. I know mostly everything I've been saying today is just kind of just like, as honestly, it's just like a whole bunch of random stuff that I'm just thinking. But I'm like slowly crafting it into becoming like some type of theory. But because we know in the last finality quest, which is the Penacony one, that Firefly took the Stellaron out of the Propagation Sam robot and then she absorbed it. So, what if Kafka, maybe even the other Stellaron hunters, but I'm not entirely sure yet, so I'll just keep that to the side. And honestly, I'm kind of not too sure about her either, but just, you know, just for the gist of it, or thrill of it, or I don't know, whatever the hell the phrase is that I'm trying to think of, but I can't think of right now. Just for the hell of it. What if she also absorbed a Stellaron, and then due to that, it could have created the Dahlia? and that's how it will be connected to Kafka. Because we know with Stellarons, it's like the strongest desire that that person wants. So if Kafka used a Stellaron, her thing would be like to basically like feel like emotion or whatever because she has no feelings or she can't like have any emotion, which is the same thing as feelings. But that's why I think with Elio's script that her whole thing at the end, like she will be like a mother figure towards the Trailblazer, and she will probably like feel love. But yeah, so like if she did all that and she got a Stellaron inside of her, and the Stellaron would hear her strongest desire, then the Stellaron most likely created the Dahlia. Because a Stellaron will listen to your desire, and then they will do it in the most extreme way. And honestly, I think the most extreme way of trying to like have feelings or whatever in terms of like Kafka probably would be Dahlia, honestly. Because she will create these quote unquote memories that's not real. So that's like a betrayal to the person that gets those memories. Or a person could get like real memories between them and Dahlia, and then Dahlia will burn it away. So that's betrayal. So like the most extreme like feeling that you could have would be betrayal. Is basically what I'm trying to get at. That's if, I'm connecting all these pieces, correctly, which I could be on the right track. I could get it right, or I could be completely wrong. But so far this is what I'm thinking. I think I'm starting to really think there might be an actual real connection between them two.
I like chatting with Silverwolf. She's got a lot of ideas for someone so small.
All right. I guess I guess other small people she met is dumb. Like or like what does that even mean?
Blady? He takes after his name. His fights are a pleasure to witness.
Man, okay, because now that I say that with Kafka and how it could be possible of her with the connection with the Dahlia due to a Stellaron, because the feeling will be betrayal, which would be the most extreme one. I wonder for Blade, because he wants to die, right? So, what if he has a Stellaron, right? And if he has a Stellaron and it listens to his strongest desire, what if his quote unquote death would be like all his memories and not like an actual physical death. That's why he still hasn't been able to like physically die yet. Because the Stellaron could be like thinking, because especially with the whole situation with what's that pilot's name? With that pilot girl that Dong Feng and Blade try to resurrect her, but then it went horribly wrong, and then Dong Feng had to be put in what's it called? A sedition or something? When they've like forced him to like rebirth. Blade got Mara struck. Jing Liu got Mara struck. Jin Yuan was like the only fine one, but he had to fight Jing Liu. Um, but yeah, so I wonder like if the Stellaron like when it merged with him, that's if he has a Stellaron. Again, this is all just not even really that much of a theory. It's kind of more of a hypothetical, I guess. I mean, for Kafka, I think I'm on the right track. So I think for her, it's kind of like a theory. But for Blade, I'm not entirely sure. But if he did absorb a Stellaron, obviously it would know his memories. And they would see what he was doing with Dong Feng, trying to resurrect that woman. I forgot her name. So, and then he's also like obsessed with like this whole death that he wants to die. And that started after the whole thing trying to resurrect the pilot. So what if the Stellaron sees that and then thinks that getting rid of his memory would basically give him a death that he's seeking? So now he could go on and do whatever, I guess. I don't know. But that would be like his actual, like, quote unquote death. Like the complete, erased memory of him being in that group with Jing Liu, Jin Yuan, Dong Feng, and that pilot. That could be it. Because in all honesty, even like before this, I did always say that I don't think Blade's death would be literal. And then that's when they started showing the whole Honkai Nexus thing. And then it showed him being a playable character. And then that kind of added like more fuel to that whole theory that I had before of Blade not having a actual physical death. More like something happens and he accepts it and then he moves on with something else. So he basically, I guess you could say, like, turn over like a new leaf, if you want to put it like that. And that would be his quote unquote death. But now, since I'm talking about all the Stellaron stuff, who knows? Maybe that could be a part of my original theory. But I don't know. I'm still not entirely too sure on that. So for now, I think I'm just gonna keep my original theory just separate with the whole Stellaron thing. But it is pretty interesting to think about. And for Silverwolf, because why the hell not? I already did one with Blade, even though I'm not entirely too sure on it. But with Silverwolf, hers, her strongest desire would be uh, I think it's like something with challenges. Like some type of hacking thing. So if she was to absorb a Stellaron, how would that make it extreme? I wonder. This is like mostly all this stuff, like I already said, mostly all this stuff I've been, saying is like really insane. But I wonder if she was to absorb a Stellaron, or if she already did absorb a Stellaron, I wonder if her biggest thing that the Stellaron would hear her desire and then force her to do like her desire like on like to an extreme. Like I wonder if the thing would end up being that Silverwolf will have to erase herself from the Star Rail universe and then go into another universe. I wonder if that will be kind of like the ultimate challenge that the Stellaron will like give her the desire and power to do, but it will be a very extreme like way to go about it. And the extreme way to go about it would be erasing herself from this universe and going into another one. Because that would be basically like the ultimate challenge. Erasing itself like from the universe. That's pretty interesting. Because now that I'm just saying all this stuff, I wonder if, because I still think Polka and Sparkle is Stellaron Hunter members. So if all these other people would absorb Stellarons to do whatever they desire, or if they already did, what would be Sparkles? Honestly, would be kind of easy because I think her whole thing will have to be her probably being like a main actor in some type of play. Because I don't think like even though it kind of shows that she wants to, but then other cases it kind of doesn't. Like her being like a director, hiding behind the scenes and like pulling strings or whatever. Like I wonder if the Stellaron will force her to be like the quote unquote like main actor of like one of her plays. And by the end of that like insane play, like she will probably like die or something. Like it would basically give her like the grand finale like she's always been looking for. And then for Polka, uh, I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. 'Cause her whole thing is killing people with this whole knowledge singularity and could quote unquote push stuff to finality, but she's not doing anything else to anybody who's actually actively pushing it. That's a whole nother subject. Um, how would the Stellaron use that and then make it to an extreme? Well, maybe that is the extreme right there. Her just killing a whole bunch of people doing research projects. That could be like it could be connected to finality, but I don't think it will like push stuff to finality. Like just for in a random example. Like I'm just making it up. It's not a fact in the game. Like if someone was doing a research of how Shippei ascended, then like the Stellaron inside Polka would probably like, you know, make her go crazy, and then she'll go and kill that person just because they're like seeing how Shippei ascended, and Shippei is like related to like finality or whatever. So I don't know if it would be something like that, which I don't know, kind of doesn't make sense, but a tiny bit it does. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think all Stellaron hunters would have a Stellaron inside of them. But if they did, those probably would be some possible ways of like what would happen. But for a Kafka and a Firefly, well, definitely Firefly. But Kafka, hmm, I don't know, man. I think she might have one, especially with the whole Dahlia stuff. But Blade, Silverwolf, and the other two members that I think they're part of, but not confirmed yet. So,
Oh, Sam isn't nearly as picky about his prey as I am. You might consider it a lucky break running into me. I suppose all we can do is keep each other company. For a while.
yeah. Yeah, that's also another thing. I said that when I was doing the quest also. I think Firefly is gonna be the only person, like in the Stellaron Hunters, like when it says something in the script, like it's gonna be literal. Like when it says she's gonna die. Um, but besides the whole three Penacony thingies, but like in her like original like long script that she's basically gonna die because of the entropy thing that she has. I think that is gonna happen. I think she is actually gonna physically die. But everyone else, I think, is sort of like metaphorically or whatever.
No one can completely grasp another's thoughts. Not even you or I. If destiny can't propel me forward, I'll be the one to push destiny. Ugh, it's tough to get going again once you've stopped. don't you? The path towards the future begins right here. Oh, we meet again. Let's skip the formalities, Silver Wolf. I'm always game for putting... The hunt beckons, Blady. Oh, the Express crew. Looks like we'll be joining forces quite often, huh?
I wonder why she don't have voices with other Express crew members. Why is it only Himiko? Hey, you know what would be crazy? If that person's theory from like, dude, that video was so long ago, like 2 years ago. Because I think it was like a month or maybe 2 months after the game came out that I saw that theory that Himiko is Polka Kakamon. And then another one that I also saw for like a little while now is Kafka is Polka. Pretty interesting theories. I don't agree with them, but who the hell knows?
It's not in the script. So what happens next is up to us. Cut in the neck just in time. That breathing may as well.
Just do all this.
Good times. Time to say bye. Stand still. Relax. This. Oh, this isn't the. Thanks. You're too. Does that hurt? The No, like what you say. Nice work. Oh, is that a stain? I like this coat.
Returning to town. So when you return to town, she says that. Alrighty. Huh? Oh yeah, this is also what I wanted to see. Cause I wanna see if I could see any little thing. And then I could make a connection, or I could just make a delusional connection. But let's see. Oh, interest in collecting coats. If I was one of those people who believed in who believed in the Kafka is polka theory, that could be one right there. That could be some, delusional proof. The interest in collecting coats. Because you are killing Genius Society members. So, if you kill them, you'll be, like, quote unquote, collecting coats. Because, geniuses, doctors, well, doctors are geniuses. There's some sort of connection like that. Oh, it says Elia's most trusted members. So who is the most trusted person of Elia? I wonder. Tales from New Babylon. Of I never even heard of that place before. What is that place? Hold on. What is that place? Well, now that I'm looking this up, I still think like she could have ties to um well, I don't even know why I said it like that because I haven't mentioned that in this stream. But I know before I said that. God, yeah, the tiredness is really kicking, you know. But what you call it? Um, oh my God, why I'm stuck on stupid? Oh, that Himiko is connected to a driller, and that Kafka and possibly Polka could also be connected to a driller. Like all of them could have been like members or from a planet that you know like a planet that a driller like worshipped, or the people on the planet worshipped a driller, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, I know that's pretty random, but just wanted to mention that. Um, the world of this girl. Oh, I remember this event. Oh, I never screenshotted it though. This was like in the beginning of the game. Because it was when. Actually, it was when Blade and Kafka came out for them to be playable. There was this web event that you did like this little stuff, and then at the end, it will be kind of like movie posters of like the Stellaron Hunters. But those movie posters were actually kind of like the real ones. And one of them is The Godfather. The other one is The Matrix, Shawshank Redemption, Inception. Yeah, that's it. Because in the, I guess you could say the knockoff versions of The Matrix, it's Blade and Silverwolf, and it's called Super Hacker. Then the Shawshank Redemption, the knockoff, or quote unquote knockoff, is the Kafka Redemption. Then the Godfather one is the Stellaron Hunters, and it's Kafka with a glass of wine. And then Inception is Blade, and it's called Infliction. That's funny. Infliction. That's pretty funny. Dude, I completely forgot about that, man. I wished I would have screenshotted all that. But anyways, um, okay, let me look at this planet stuff. It's a planet known for its unique inhabitants. So yeah, that could be something a driller related. Because like I said, seeing the beauty and everything. And then after stellar contamination, lost the ability to feel fear, leading to intense hedonism and desires. Hmm? Desires. This is literally just talking about that earlier. Creating devils that Kafka was once hunted before joining the Stellaron Hunters to fulfill Elio's scripts. So they have no fear, making them susceptible to overwhelming desires and pleasures. Oh, and then those people became the quote-unquote devils. And then there was devil hunters. A faction exists to hunt these devils. Kafka was a member. Kafka hails from that planet. Her spirit whisper. Okay. Man, so there's nothing else? There's really nothing else about that planet? Wow. Okay, alright. Well. Oh, I completely forgot about Kafka's Spirit Whisper, like what it does. Which sounds basically almost exactly like Dahlia. It just one is implanting memories and the other one is messing with your uh memory and like how you respond to stuff. Because I say Kafka's Spirit Whisper is a powerful ability from the game Honkai Star Rail that lets her hypnotically control others through language, subtly manipulating behavior by speaking words the target is receptive to, allowing her to command allies, subdue foes, or even manage the mental affliction which Mara struck and allies like Blade. Literally like the Dahlia. Just like the opposite. Basically, one is long term and the other is short term. That's literally what it is. Oh, this is interesting. And this is from the web event. See, this is why I should have screenshotted it. Because all this stuff could have, you know, all this. Oh, well, hold on, I found something else also. But yeah, all this stuff ends up being like so reliable in the future. Um, Okay, I'm gonna go back to the other thing, but let me read this first real quick. Because it mentions something about memories on her planet from the web event. Hmm. Hey, what? Where the hell did it get potentially alive from? Because it says Hunter from that planet. I don't even know how the hell to pronounce that. Turns Stellaron Hunter. What are your thoughts on Elio's scripts? And then Kafka responds, with some films, you can tell how it's going to end right at the very beginning. But to get there, there are hundreds of different ways in which the story could play out. The ending is known, but the story is yet to be told. Elio juggles each person's actions, motivations, thoughts, and emotions. They all factor into how the final script plays out. Elio and I both wish to reach the conclusion of the story. I think you'll like it. And Pom Pom says, seems like she said a lot without saying anything at all. And then March 7th comes out and says, potentially lie? Question mark. Come back to this later. Why would she say potentially lie? Question mark. Okay, tell me more about your spirit whisper ability. Then Kafka says, relax, I'm not using it during this conversation. Well, not so far at least. It's not some sort of mysterious power. People choose to listen to the language they believe in. I just happen to say words that they're willing to believe. But if you must know, there is one trick to using this ability that I can share with you. You have to make the person listen to me. Well, what do you think? I think you're satisfied with my answers. And Pom Pom says, I'm starting to feel sleepy. March says, don't fall for it. This one's definitely a lie. Alright. Well, okay. No, the other event just says the planet's name. New Babylon. A name filled with so many memories. Alright, that's Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can't find anything else about that planet. Alright, let me finish the rest of this. Man, they really keep on attacking Pierre Point. Oh, that's another thing. They mentioned that before. And oh, was it what quest was it? Because it wasn't this update. I don't know if it was the last update with Cyrene or the one before that with Evernight. But I do remember seeing something that the Stellaron hunters attacked Pierre Point again, searching for something. Oh, what? They were like stealing like rocks or something? Something like that? Like man random. Well, for now, looks random. Oh, that was the thing I was mentioning earlier. The Japella Rebellion. Jesus Christ. A serial number. Oh, there's another place in New Babylon. Hold on. Okay. So is New. Hold on. New Babylon has to be a planet itself. Now it says Riverland. Hold on. What the hell is this place? What is Riverland? I never heard of this place before. Okay, not seeing anything. Why am I not seeing anything? Okay. So what is like New Babylon something like the Cienjo? Like is one gigantic thing, but it has different like sections or like cities or whatever you want to call it inside of New Babylon. No, I'm not seeing anything about this again. God damn, dude. Jeez, bro, everything's like so damn hidden. Hold on. Let me see. Does Honka Impact have... Because I know there's a Kafka and Honka Impact 3rd. Is there a New Babylon in this? First labs, facilities in Siberia, housing Honkai Energy. Events of Babylon Academy Arc. No. It don't sound. Well, I mean, when I did read the other thing, it said, housing and inhabitants. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't think. It probably would be like some Honka Impact like reference, and then it would just be like a Star Rail version of the Babylon, but I don't think it's like the actual same connection, like the same physical thing or like literal thing. All right. Wait, what is Epson? What is that? What is that? Does that mean kill? She's communicating with the older chief. Leave in a hurry or secretly, typically to avoid detection or... Oh, so she basically escaped from being arrested. That's basically what that meant. Oh, that's interesting. The very people that she was hunting. I'm surprised they didn't, because they should, because, like, to me, if you have a group called the Devil Hunters, and she was an active member before she joined Elio, they should know how she looks like. So it should basically be like a kill on sight or like arrest or whatever, or well, most likely kill on sight. I doubt they would even arrest her. But yet the very people she was like quote unquote devil hunting didn't like even do anything like on sight when they saw her. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, go to what? There's a chance that Kafka will ignore the can. In that case, just throw the ball away. You will die, but will come for everyone. What the hell? I want that order by Destiny Slave. Okay. Yeah, that's also another thing. When I was doing the Penacony quests, I mean, it was kind of already known that Elio would basically know everything, but I don't know. I don't know. I felt like some stuff kind of just felt like a cop out. Not gonna lie. Like besides the developers actually trying to write like some like a logical story or logical parts to like that story, they just came on and said like, "Oh, Elio knows everything," so he just wrote a script of the stuff you didn't do, the stuff you would never think of, the stuff that you would think of but won't do, the stuff that you would think of and will do, the stuff that you will, you know, think of, will do but mess it up. Like literally like any little thing. Like Elio will have a script on it. Like that's how they made it seem like in some parts of the Penacony quest. It was, I don't know. It honestly kind of felt like a little bit of a cop out. But that's just, my personal opinion. Yeah, just out of curiosity, let's see. See what this guy got.
I don't know you. Consider that a good thing. Back again. The fate of those I remember is never a good one. Go. When the Mara strikes, you don't want to be next to me. To whittle oneself away. To tear your enemies apart. That is the power of a blade. We are all Mara stricken in different ways. But my situation is unusual. Although the Mara haunts me, memories of it seldom cross my mind, be they of remorse, hatred, fear, or reflection.
No, see? Like, could be if I'm right. But honestly, even if I am, I'm still, yeah, I don't know. Is like I was saying before, it's not like a strong theory, not even like an actual theory. Just kind of just saying stuff. Yeah, if he did absorb a Stellaron, that will be exactly what it is. Exactly what he says right there. It will be a memory thing. That would be his quote unquote death. I don't think it would be a
When the
physical.
Mara strikes, I become something else. By banding together, we reach our goals. The hope that this will be the last time always vanishes in bitter healing of the flesh. Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. These words are carved into my every wound. Only in the brief moments of its wielding can a blade truly disappear. When will death come for me? My patience is wearing thin. There are countless weapons sharper than mine, but after 1,000 clashes, what does it matter? The dead know no fear. The Mara's tether is firmly in her grasp. She will not pull upon it before the designated time, but nor shall she relinquish it. Within that world she calls a game, she will never give up, nor yield to death. He always understood the price better than any of us, yet he never spoke up, never did anything.
Well, okay, it's not like he was the one that committed basically like treason, you could say. It was Jing Liu. She did her own thing, and then she got Mars struck. That's the thing. They never even said what it was, or maybe it was just so long ago that I don't remember. But she did something. I know she walked away from her duties, which was like a big no-no, because she was the original general at that time. She was basically at Jin Yuan's position, but now Jin Yuan is at her position. But yeah, anyways, he's acting like he did something bad. Like I don't know.
Imbibe her, Lunae. When will our retribution come? How can our debt be repaid?
Huh? Yeah. I guess from their perspective, they didn't do anything wrong, which honestly I kind of agree with. But like from a general or like a duty or like a military duty perspective, Genuine didn't do anything wrong.
As she brandished her sword, phantom pain surged through every part of my body. All because of her. I live in an eternal purgatory. And Sam, he is good at creating purgatory.
That's funny.
I yearn for the end, yet she yearns for survival. We are both Destiny's slave. Life, it's very one of those who can't bury us are waiting to be buried. I don't understand your games, Jingliu. Witness my every move.
Oh, yeah,
My
I
severing.
remember that. Yeah, I used to put them on the team basically almost all the time.
Your newfound enthusiasm is amusing, Jingyuan. Need me to watch?
Same thing.
Who do you think will
Alright,
reach
well.
the end first? You or me? Or you and I will just a blade waiting. Make the you're too little. Well, savor it in my face. There I live. Unnecessary. This sword that's all. Take them. Done. As expected. We can get closer. Are there other matters?
Okay, I'm supposed to just hurry up and do all this stuff so I
Hey,
could,
you seem pretty cool. That Stellaron hasn't
what you
affected
call
you
it?
at all?
So I could level up the Dahlia and see if she says anything, like,
You're online
interesting
today
or
too?
whatever.
Done everything you needed to? Good. Don't want to climb into bed. It's the same as my screen name. Isn't yours? I wish this universe had a few more things to do. Don't you get bored running across the map every day?
That's the thing. I wonder... Because this Silverwolf is definitely not from Starville. Or, well... okay, maybe I could be wrong about that. Because the whole Punk Lord group is, I guess you could say, like, kinda on the edge of the universe. And then they, like, hack their way into, like, the quantum realm and stuff like that. So, maybe that's what she is. But if not, I wonder if she would be from the Sea of Quanta. Because I don't think... Because I'm trying to remember. Because I know there's Silverwolf. There's a whole bunch of names inside Honka Impact 3rd. But they're not exactly the same. So you gotta keep that in mind also. But there's people named Silverwolf, Branya, Sealy, Kafka, Himiko, Raiden, Boss Mary May, which is Akron. Well, Yang is the only actual person from that game into Star Rail. That's the only same person. But as far as like other people like sharing names, who else? I can't even think. But anyways, yeah, because I don't know if... Because I know in Star Rail, especially with Auto Apocalypse, going at the imaginary tree, there was a whole bunch of new stuff. And then you also had like cloning, like people in Honka Impact 3rd. Like they cloned the Kiana. I don't know if they did anybody else. Or I just don't remember. I'm not entirely sure. But anyways, just like stuff like that. So I don't know if she could be a clone from that game, or she's just a punk lord person that just happened to do all that hacking stuff, just like all the other ones. Well, it does say she is from punk lore, but okay, that's also another thing. Like, if they're like close to the edge and hacking all into this quantum realm stuff, like, first of all, how are they even able to do that? And second, is it like, did they hack themselves into Star Rail? Or are they just from Star Rail just doing hacking stuff into other universes? Like, how exactly what that stuff is. But, yeah, I don't know.
Prometheus is equipped with 4 modules. Friend is the most talkative. Friends are fated. A toast to our friendship.
Oh, dude, I am so glad I saw this and I heard her talk in a robot voice. Okay, there was this Zenless Zone theory that I was watching. Um, it's a pretty random theory. I honestly don't agree with it too much. It was about stuff about the creator and it actually being like an actual physical god, that's doing all this stuff and whatnot. But anyways, I brought that up because um it started talking about the Void Hunters. Oh, just really quick, I know I'm sidetracking, but I will go back to it. But I finally saw the Banyu thing because I was talking about it on YouTube like a couple days ago, and I said I didn't know like who exactly was walking towards Banyu because I didn't see everything. But now that I saw the whole entire clip, and now that I saw how the horns were shown, because how I previously saw it before, I only saw it from like middle going up, so it looked as straight. But there actually is a curve. So the person walking towards Banyu is 100% Lady Sunbringer. It's not anybody else. But anyways, back to the other stuff. So I was watching that, and then they started talking about like the Void Hunters, and then how Lady Sunbringer and the one that did the carrot maze, I forgot his name. Joyous, I think. And then they were talking about them with the Bang Boo stuff. And then after that, they started talking about the 4 keys of Eridu, which is like yokai, Jin, ghost, and fairy. And then they were talking about that, and then they were mentioning stuff that I literally never heard of before. So I was like looking it up, and then after I was doing that, I watched the original trailer of the Void Hunters, and Fairy sounds so much different than what she sounds right now in the game. And we know it's Fairy talking in the trailer about the Void Hunters because it starts off as a woman's voice and then it says yokai And then Yokai responded, and it's a guy. And then Yokai was talking, and then he said something, and then he called out the name Fairy. And then when Fairy started talking, it was the same woman that was talking from like the beginning. So it's the same person. And it was only Fairy and Yokai talking the whole entire time, which was interesting. Because basically, throughout the whole entire thing, they were talking about of course, the Void Hunters, like I said, and then what the Void Hunters did. And then they were talking about getting rid of the data and then planting like other data, and then even like corrupting systems, and it was crazy. So it's like I think whoever created the four keys was probably the one who probably like made like the whole entirety of the old capital like basically fall apart. That's probably why the Void Hunters like betrayed their duties. Why Isolde was sent basically on a kill squad for her and her group to die. Why the White Star Institution also basically kind of like fell apart. What else? How basically everything, and then like the Hollow Disaster itself, even being planted there, like all this crazy stuff was probably due to some person using the four keys, and then the four keys, or two out of the four, or maybe all four, I'm not entirely sure. Because the other two keys didn't speak at all. Um, which after I saw that video, I was reading the comments just to see what people would say. And someone brought up an interesting theory about what each of them does. But I'll get to that after. But but yeah, so I wonder if someone, or maybe a group, like it could be the Exaltist, or Carol Arna, or even the proxies themselves, or who knows, another Void Hunter, or the mayor, or who knows. It could be one person, it could be a group, but somebody used the four keys, and then those four keys basically sabotage all other operations. And then that's probably what made all these other like institutions, basically kind of like self-sabotage, because they thought like one group was gonna betray them, so they're gonna betray them first, or they're gonna attack them first, or these people are not gonna do their duties and protect, that they're just gonna destroy. And like I don't know, like it was just like real crazy stuff. But yeah, it basically looks like that Yokai and Fairy was kind of the whole cause of the old capital falling. So that should be pretty interesting, especially that the developer mentioned that we're gonna start talking about the keys soon. So we're gonna interact with another one. So that should be that should be very interesting. I wonder if they would talk about that in today's live stream. Because it's already Friday for me at my time. And the live stream will be later today. Oh, okay. I found it because I screenshotted it. Uh, his name is, well, he spelled it differently, but it's supposed to be Tyrannosaurus Rex 2207. So he thinks this is how the keys work and how they worked in the old capital, like doing the whole like sabotage. Is Ghost breaks into the like data systems, and then Yokai is the one that starts corrupting the data, and then they're also stealing the information from the computers. Fairy is the one searching for specific stuff for Yokai to corrupt and steal, and then Jin is the one who uploads like the fake stuff, like fake data, or uploading like viruses or whatever. So Ghost breaks in, Yokai corrupts, Fairy searches, and Jin uploads. That's how they think. Um, what the four keys was doing, or how the four keys work. So, like I said, we just gotta wait and see to what the other ones do. Because they could be right. Yeah, I can't believe I just like I've heard that and it just like automatically just made me think of the Zenless Zone thing.
When I hacked it, nobody gets to open an alt account. Not even Elio. When I hacked into the
Alrighty.
space station, I thought I may as well make some changes to Screwlim's portrait, but I changed it back in the end. My favorite games always update on the same day. Do you think it's deliberate? Ignoring the rules is something He said he'd game with me once his hand healed up.
It is always me that has to make the first move. That guy never loses his cool, does he?
Well, that's probably because he's one of the 9 fragments of Xandar. Pretty sure he's the erudition part.
Doing a mission with Sam is basic. If Firefly's life was a game, it'd probably be a high difficulty, single player, action, speedrun thing.
What an analogy.
Everyone wants to play games like that, but no one wants a life like that. I heard that no one has been able to find out where she lives. One day, I'll definitely break that myth.
That's interesting. I think the Apocalypse Shadow Woman is the future Herda. It's probably why no one knows where she lives. Because she technically really doesn't live anywhere. And then the regular Herda that we see. Well, actually, I don't know about that one. I didn't really. I don't know about.
Could have I've done it using console command. Gaming is a stop or hey, you gotta say something. Chat's enabled. Don't push yourself too hard. You gotta say
Chat's
something.
enabled, you know?
Huh.
That's funny.
Never thought you'd come to personally play a turn-based game.
Oh, they don't have one with the Trailblazer? That's one with her though. She should definitely have one with Screw'em. Screw'em better be playable, man.
You took my beat. Can you? Huh? I've got a time.
And he better be playable by like next year.
100 nice. Wow.
Because, bro, it's ridiculous that this guy has shown up since day one, and he's still not playable. Like, what the hell is that? Now that I'm doing this, I forgot to do a Blade's character story. Pong. That's Matt old, yo. You know what she kind of reminds me of? She kind of reminds me a little bit of the Hexa Circles from Genshin. Especially Alice. Because Alice knows like so much of the truth of like stuff outside. Like even like those what's those things called? Like those singing idol people or the idol groups that she was even trying to create like an idol group in Tibet with Barbara. Who was it? Barbara? Was it Yomiya also? I believe Ayaka. I don't know if it was more people than that. Might have just been only done 3. But yeah, it's just like a lot of like, I guess you could say like real life stuff. Like inside of these games. She fabricated some virtual partners. Alrighty. Ooh, Demon Lord. Huh. Wasn't Demon Lord what Giovanni called the Flame Reaver in the arcade machine? Huh. 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 It's interesting. I wonder if Giovanni is from Punk Lord in order for him to even make that reference. Because I don't think Demon Lord is like, well, Kafka, I mean, not Kafka, Silverwolf's Demon Lord is the same, obviously, as the Flame Reaver. I don't think that's the case. But just like the name. Like I wonder if Giovanni picked that up from Silverwolf because he was also in Punk Lord. Yeah. Bro, after a whole disaster, she comes out, she says so boring. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay. Some guy calls the first global network paralysis just to summon the IPC escort ship to his doorstep. Alrighty. Sage, the creator of ether editing technology, weirdo who named himself after the dead? Who named himself after the dead? Okay. Wanted to put his soul in some type of computer thing? Yes. I mean, not Stellar Hunter, a Galaxy Ranger. Mm. Hmm. I thought she heard footfalls coming from above her, getting closer and closer. One, two, three, four people. A man, a woman, a metal humanoid, and of course it says dot dot dot. She sat down, turned around. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the Trailblazer. The Trailblazer is probably the dot dot dot. Because the man is obviously Blade, woman is Kafka, and metal is Firefly. Birth name unknown. Isn't his name starts with a Y? How is this unknown? Isn't it like Ying Sing or something like that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Hmm. I wonder who the hell this is referring to. The three-letter word. Hold on, let me reread this. Let me see. It should be Dong Hong, right? Hmm. That's not. Oh, that's when Kafka starts doing spirit whisper on him. She says, "Listen." Ah, so when Blade was recruited, it was Kafka and Firefly. Hmm. Man, that really makes me wonder about this other group of Stellaron hunters that Kafka was a part of. Was Firefly also a part of that group? Or she's like quote unquote like the new group of the Stellar Hunters or whatever. Alrighty.
The flame flickers ever stronger.
I'm surprised that stuff hasn't gotten updated. So that what you call it? So that like it will put Blade's real name now.
Wanna play a game? Oh yeah! You all have so much space. Why don't you call over some friends, and I'll teach...
So I'll just say the same stuff. Oh yeah, I gotta. Well, I could do that after. Let's just do this first.
It's still early. Where to now?
Cause I want to go through some of these places and see if I see anything different.
Remember to bring more next time.
Let's do that after. Let's keep lowering her up.
Pierce the darkness with dawn, Duck Solaris.
They're lost. Have some sunshine. May this
In the coming days, I shall grant you
destroy the
honor.
skies.
Thank you. I can still keep going.
Step onto the board.
Serenity is before me. It's of no consequence.
I'm fine.
basically almost 4 hours.
A bloody fight.
And I'm
Heard the
just
call.
now getting to a fight.
Doubt farewell. Existence is of no consequence.
The future is bright, so make it win.
Thank you. I can still keep going.
That's alright. To be fair, I kind of wanted just to really just talk a little bit. And honestly, if I wasn't gonna level up anybody, I was just gonna just run around in the other places, which I probably still will do. But I was kind of hoping that I would stream like much earlier. So like I would go a little longer. But yeah, it's fine. It's alright.
Hail the new dawn. I'll never soul without substance. Quench the flames of blood. Is that all? Is that all? For agony! Sun tear the sky! Hail the new dawn! Quench the flames of blood. Is that all? Is that all? Branded with strife! The flames are not... The sun tear the sky! Imbecile! Is that all?
Probably should have did the counter. Yeah. And I could have just saved that one for...
Guide with the rainbow bridge.
If all is black or white, there be no charm.
Serenity is before me.
To the defeat, your downfall is absolute.
The future will come.
$40. Nice. I'm pretty sure I need 75. I think. Too, like, oh, these people are starting up. Unbelievable. And all these other people that haven't even fixed. Ugh, Lord.
The flame flickers ever stronger.
No, it's the same thing. I still don't understand why there's no... God damn it. Why there's no, like, auto thing. Or if you could use, like, the analog stick to, like, make it go faster. I don't know why you gotta just do it manually like this. Alright. Because I'm gonna need this anyway to...
The flame flickers ever stronger.
what you call it, to, yeah. I needed, 75. How much do I have now? 10. Okay, so...
Pierce the darkness with dawn, Duck Solaris.
I'm fine.
May this faint light dispel gloom, restore the skies.
I can't thank you enough. This mortal will watch over you and guide you on your path.
We're lost. Have some sunshine.
I can't thank you enough.
If all is black, step onto the board.
Torn into doubt, farewell. No other choice but forward for tomorrow.
Victory now. Show me the way.
Serenity is before me. Quench the flames with blood. Is that all? Granted with strife. The flames are not so. Tear the sky. Quench the flames with blood. Is that all? Her agony! Hail the new dawn!
The flame flickers ever stronger. Time to consider when to move on to my next destination.
Okay, let's Bro, I can't believe I did all this just to read what the hell all this stuff says. Ay ay ay. So she even implanted false memories in people who specialize in collecting memories. Unbelievable. Bro, you can literally never trust anything she says. Oh, now that I see that, the scribe. Bro, I wonder, in the next Zelda Zone quest, are they gonna talk about all this like previous Exaltus leaders? Especially the one who recruited Sarah. Because the one who recruited Sarah is called the scribe. And why did he recruit her? For what purpose? And is the scribe still alive? Or what? But yeah, that's anything else like beyond that. That's just like for another day. Ah, that's the other girl's name. Katarina. Yeah, that's what I was who I was thinking about when I was talking about before if the what you call it, if the Everflame Mansion was like almost like replicating the Stellaron Hunters. That's the girl who fights with fire, or the fighter of the group, Katarina. I wonder. Well, maybe a sad name at the end. I had a feeling this might be Elio, but if it is, well, again, we'll see before I start saying stuff. I don't know. This is Firefly. I mean, not Firefly. Silverwolf. When she was talking to her at the end. Oh yeah, that was the name. If she joined the Stellaron Hunters, she would have become that Ravager. But you see, it still says it right there. But to be fair, like I've mentioned plenty of times before, and even earlier, of this same very stream, that just because the Eon like looks upon you doesn't mean you automatically become an emanator. But it does kinda help the case. But that's not the only thing. But I feel like in this case it helps a whole lot because it says that destruction will one day cast their gaze upon her. So even without joining the Stellaron Hunters, she's still most likely gonna be an Emanator, just not with that name. Ephemera, whatever that says. What does that name even mean? Hold on. Probably means like memory loss or something like that. Things that exist or used or enjoyed for a short amount of time. Oh, hold on. Okay, so where? Wait, hold on. Yeah, let me read this whole entire thing before I start even going on, saying stuff. Hmm. Okay, this I'm probably just overthinking it, and I'm just interpreting it wrong. But yesterday, when I was doing the quest, it said if she joined, then she would become the Ravenger. But when I'm reading this, it kind of sounds like okay, because the first part says that if they cast her, she will rebel. And they hold too many secrets. As she peers into these memories, destruction will gaze upon her. She will hasten by becoming the overlord. Okay, this sounds like she's still gonna become that same Ravager. Whether she joins or not, she's gonna become the eighth one with that name. And then the one possibility is this right here. Is basically uh, destroying Foley's Memoria Garden. Alright, so yeah, basically no Foley would ascend. Oh, and they need Foley to ascend. Interesting. But this is just one possibility. But then here in the second paragraph, it literally sounds like she will become that Ravager regardless. I mean, I thought she was gonna be a Ravager regardless anyway, but not with the same name. Hmm. Huh, that's weird though, Because when it says the one possibility, she'll make everyone forget she ascend. Okay, as it never existed. Oh, well, okay. So this will literally be the first time she never betrayed anyone. Because even though she would erase herself, she would still complete her goal in destroying the remembrance. But anyways, I mentioned that about her erasing her existence, but the that name, her Lord Ravager name, literally means things that exist or are used or enjoyed for only a short time. So, in her case, it kind of would sound like either a betrayal, like always. Because you remember, this paragraph right here just only says one possibility, which is most likely Elio's worst one, if I had to assume. But then, not only that, it kind of sounds like she will only be alive for a little bit. So, is that what they're hoping for? Is that what Elio's hoping for? For her to ascend just for her to just die? Like, what? I don't know. Because it does say exists for a short amount of time. But then it said other words also. But exists was one of them. So, I don't know, man.
Your memories are quite thorny. So, why don't we start with me laying my thoughts bare? My name is Constance, and those who have fallen to my charms call me the Dahlia. Don't be afraid. Come with me. In this duet belonging only to the two of us, you will learn how the past is being cremated and how the future is being buried. It's me.
Okay.
Did I scare you with how I popped up without a sound?
Do you know what I just thought of also? If she's doing all of this because she betrays everyone, and people don't want to work with her because she could betray, just like the whole Elio script that we was looking at before, or a possibility of that one script, then why purposely work with the Trailblazer? Give him all this fake stuff, but then like make him make it into reality just for you to go back to your old ways and betray again? I don't Bro, I have no clue. I genuinely don't know. I'm not sure.
How I wish I could preserve this moment as a frozen specimen and keep it forever. Pity that this loveless fate insists on separating us. Oh well, let's save the blossoming for our next encounter. I only hope by then you'll still pique my interest.
Man, you know what she kind of sounds like? She kind of sounds like Camellia from Wuthering Waves. Like how Camellia always refers to Rover as her seed of fate. That's kind of what Dahlia sounds like with the Trailblazer. Oh, maybe that's what it could be. That she's doing all this with the Trailblazer and then not erasing his memories and whatnot and giving him false memories, but then knowing that he could make it real. So, you know, giving him fake stuff to make it real and then telling him about the the terminus like the terminus situation, like going back in time and then the thousand split into cats and whatnot. Would this be like her version of like a quote unquote seed of fate? But the thing with that, to compare it to this with the seed of fate, or a quote unquote seed of fate type of thing, how will that work? Like, did the cat probably tell her, like, in all possibilities, she'll die into nothingness? And that's why she's doing this, so the Trailblazer could make her real or something? I don't know. No, I don't know.
I joined the Garden of
It's odd.
Recollection out of my dislike for the unchanging destruction. Soon after that, I grew tired of the rotten remembrance, and I've been walking this universe as a cremator ever since. Some say that it is in my instincts to betray, but I say that I enjoy the moment of betrayal, even if my heart bleeds in pain when I tear apart the shackles of fate. I still feel such an unparalleled delight. Are you curious about
Alright.
my sharp right hand? It brings peaceful rest to life when its coldness slithers across a neck. While attending funerals, however, I'll don a veil and offer a withered flower with my other hand, the one that's never been stained with blood.
Alright. Oh yeah, that's also another thing with her hand. It looks like Acheron's. Like with the fingers part, like with the claw like things.
Isn't it fun to roleplay in someone's memory as an ant that had never existed? People are so trusting, even in their final gaze upon me. They seem convinced they've suffered a tragic betrayal. Oh, From the moment I became a mimetic entity, no matter how much I sunbathe, this pallid skin never changes. Do you still remember the Everflame Mansion? In the Duke's memories, I was the child whom he always took the most pride in. I stirred up the flames of his ambition, and he fell on the road of the destruction, only to create an opportunity for you to cross paths with the nihility. A mere stoking is all it takes for the many fates in this cosmos to erupt into flames powerful enough to incinerate countless souls.
Hmm.
Wantonly editing memories or burning them all up without a second thought. That's how unbelievably banal my colleagues often are. But I like to wait. I wait for glorious things to fall into the past, for them to rot bit by bit, like a pile of fallen petals, until they are covered with worms named lament and hatred. Then, under candlelight, I finally pick cherished mementos to be buried with them. Ah, the thought alone is intoxicating. I see their glances in your memories. I see all the choices you've made on your journey, as well as your lively and astonishing essence. Without a doubt, I'll always, always follow you and the steps you leave behind in the cosmos. If I could dance with that enchanting lady, then perhaps I would bow before her charms. Ah, that would be so, so
That would be
beautiful.
interesting. I wonder what would happen if they would decide to cross paths and even possibly fight. Because Akron doesn't remember anything. This girl is a betrayer of everything. So even if Akron tries to do what she did with Black Swan, like, I don't even think that would affect Dahlia, honestly. Like, she'll just find it most likely amusing. Because she will end up just betraying, you know, the nihility. Or even like her own memories. Like, she'll just betray everything. Or she would just, you know, cremate, like other stuff. You know? I don't know, man. It is honestly a shame that they didn't do anything with that in this quest.
That arrogant woman? I may shy away from her pretentious airs, but as a memo keeper, her ability to open doors for fate and create resplendent memories is something I cannot help but admire.
Hmm. Well, she did figure out that whole Euphorious thing, which is still unanswered. But yeah, that's just for another day.
The Stellaron hunters are meant to be prisoners to the script, yet she rebelled against fate time and time again. When will her blaze finally burn away the past, which the swarm has buried?
Hmm?
His ambitions were doused by a sudden rain, and the glance of the Savior never descended. None will remember his death, except me. I do not remember him out of guilt or sorrow. I just can't forget the look in his eyes when he finally learned the truth.
Oh, Jade.
Using a mere paper contract to bind two parties. Should I call it naivety? Or does a poisonous serpent truly hide under that woman's petals? Perhaps that's why the strange fragrance one picks up when entangled with her feels so irresistible.
Ah, interesting. Hmm. Okay.
Pretty bold. What if we both end up being burnt? The flame flick. Time to Is it that hard? Step closer. To stand beside me is to court death at any time. Step closer. That's the. How will you rebel again? Can I take your arm and awaken your memories?
Sure, dude. Oh, she doesn't have one with Jade. She talks about Jade here.
Fallen. You're at any the cat. Don't. This is memories. Memory's tomb has. Oh, can't wait. You walk. Come with. You're such a good I missed you. Come with me. You're such a. Come, ignite. Time to head to the. Winning takes out all the. How? At long last, destroying it. How about something new? Here comes a difficult dance part. I want to go sunbathe again.
Alrighty, well. Didn't find anything really definitive. Probably just being delusional. Okay. Oh, actually, let's see here. I want to see if anything. But yeah, just shooting stars over there. No, same thing. Alrighty. Oh shit, server reset? Oh, now that I do this, I found a code. Did I already? No, I didn't do it yet. I did it on my other account. Yeah. The Dahlia. No, Jade only gives you this. But soon, like always, there'll be a code. for some jades. Probably, most likely today. Today, tomorrow, definitely within the next week. Who knows? Maybe they'll even drop like a second code for Christmas, and maybe it'll be like 100 jades or something. But we'll see. We will see. Wait, where was the place with? Oh fuck. Wait, hold on. It was here, right? I think it was here.
Peaceful days are like breezes. Fields.
Oh, no. It wasn't. Mm. Wait a minute. What? Was it actually here? Just all this stuff was rearranged? Cause I wonder if you could go back to like the same room where Dahlia was with that whole conversation. The whole conversation with yeah, I completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, I don't even remember. I know that's definitely not it. That's something
Peaceful
else.
days are like breezes carrying
Now
the
that I'm
scent of wheat
here,
fields.
I want to see this something else. Oh, actually, hold on. Maybe, even I doubt it. I think it just goes to the regular room. Yeah. Well, Alrighty. I guess there really is nothing.
Peaceful days are like breezes carrying the scent of wheat fields.
Oh, hold on. Where is where's the other place? What the hell even is this? I'll go to that after. Bro, I keep losing my goddamn train of thought. It's driving me insane. Um, let's just go through here. I'm assuming it's probably in that one, right? When you go into that red space. And that nook. I saw a piece of paper over there. I'm gonna go get it. But that's what I also want to see. Two golf wood. I still don't think what Golfer Wood and Sunday was doing was bad. I know this sounds kind of crazy, but especially Golfer Wood. Because, he was trying to use the propagation for like Anna and whatnot. But dude, the harmony is just like insane. I still can't believe the harmony also created the Stellarons. Mm. So, who is the main family? Is it the Oak family? It says the Oak family. got rid of his physical form and condemned him as a sinner. Hmm. Was it the one with what's that guy's name? Uh Odie? Just like the uh a pep cheese? Hmm. See? This divine law thing again. I'm telling you, I think this divine law stuff spoiled what was the fourth path to finality. I think it's propagation. And I don't think it's like how remembrance could have been the fourth one if Cyrene and Trailblazer done something different. I don't think it's like that. I think the propagation is the definitive fourth path. Jeez, dude. This is what I'm talking about. Like, the harmony is so ruthless. Man, now that I'm starting to think about it, I might be right about the destruction. I think it really is like a methodical get ridding getting rid of stuff because stuff is like too like insane or whatever. I don't think it's just like, well, even though of course that's what Nook wants to do, but I don't think that's literally like the end all be all type of thing. Like that Nook just wants to just kill everything in sight. I think they're taking their time and patience and seeing how stuff plays out, and then they make their move. Because this honestly is like Nanook is kind of like being forced to be like one of the paths to like end or to bring like finality. Because the stuff that the Harmony be doing, like, god damn, dude. And then Nihility doesn't help. Erudition definitely doesn't help. Because, like, so many of the wars has basically been their fault. It's, bro, now that I say that, it's honestly amazing how erudition is not one of the four paths that leads to a finality. Because these guys are one of the biggest problems in the universe. And they always have been. You had both Ruperts, Scholar Strife, which that was during the Ruperts, but still, that was like a different war. Then the whole like well, that wasn't a war, but I guess you could say it was kind of like it was like a financial war because it was a trade war, but not a physical like people dying and stuff like that. But the stuff that they had with the IPC, and then after that, that's when the Intelligentsia Guild was like made. Um, the thing with Xandar, even Noose ascending, that in itself was a problem. Honestly, and I know this is kind of, well, not too random, but it's like a little random because I was, talking about the whole finality stuff. But that whole thing with Herda and Cyrene talking and Herda saying that the Iron Tomb was just like a process within the fourth instance. I don't. I mean, yeah, I believe it's true, but I don't know, like, if that's like the actual beginning of the fourth instance. Like, what if the beginning of the fourth instance was Noose ascending to Eonhood in the first place? Because if you think about it, Noose ascended, right? And then the fourth one, I mean, not the fourth one, the first one happened because of Rupert. And then the second one happened, which was some war. And then the third was, I believe, Rupert the Second. Or was the second instant the second Rupert? I don't know. It's like one of those. But then the second Rupert was even worse because then he was using scepters and then piercing into the mind of Noose and then doing all this stuff, and like it was way worse. That even Aha got involved, but she really doesn't get involved. Then you had like the swarm disaster. Like you had all this stuff that was basically all started kinda because of Noose. So I wonder that if the actual fourth instant, like the beginning of the fourth, was him being ascended. It's just kind of crazy to think about. And honestly, I mean, it could make sense. Because even if you say, like, how he will be the fourth instance and not the first, and how has 3 happened after he was born, if he is the fourth instance, which is supposed to be like before, then in all honesty, you could literally just say it was like Terminus because of like going back in time. like honestly, like this whole cosmos or like universe is just like completely messed up. Cause now it's kinda a little bit like Genshin when like past, present, and future is happening all at one time. So to say that Noose being born is the actual beginning of the fourth instance wouldn't be far off. I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but it could be an actual legitimate possibility because of all the stuff that's happening. And like I said, past, present, and futures basically happening all like at one time. Like this complete timeline of the universe is like completely broken. And it doesn't help that Akavili, you know, just went up and about. Like he's no longer completing his trailblaze journey. All right, let me finish reading the rest of this. Oh, I think actually, it actually went longer than I thought it would. Cause honestly, I thought I was probably gonna do like maybe 3, 4 hours. I think it's about to be 5. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's alright. I'm gonna end pretty soon anyway. And I basically did kind of what I wanted to set out to do. And I wasn't really trying to like do like hardcore like fighting and whatnot. Even though I probably well I could save that for another day. Yeah, because I think well that's if I don't do it offline. I'm not entirely sure. I need to see what happens. But I'll probably do Wuthering Waves. And then after that, I'll probably do Zenless Zone. Because, real quickly, for Wuthering Waves, for one of the events, I'm not sure which one, but I know it's one of them. Because I saw a post on YouTube about it. That it's like somehow connected to La High Roy. That Chisa gives you like some robot, and that robot's supposed to be like an action figure of the Exo Strider. So I need to do all that stuff and see what's it really about, and make sure it really is stuff about the Exo Strider, and not people just saying stuff. But if that is the case, then I'm calling it right now. Rover made the Exo Strider. Because if it's any type of group that like deals with like Thernodians or any type of sentinels that's being like made, or you know, those sentinels have a master, or whatever it is. Any type of super like insane like like lore drop that happens or whatever, Rover is always involved. And most of the time, he's like the curator, the leader, the student, the he's like something involved in it. So if that is the case, that the whole Exo Strider is kind of like a robot thing that kind of looks like oh damn, what's those things called? Um, is it Gundam? I think that's what it's called, Gundam. That's kind of what the robot looks like those things. Because I would say Transformers, like the old cartoon ones, but I think Gundam, if that is the name. Hopefully that is the name. Um, yeah, I think Gundam is like an actual better like comparison than like the old school Transformer cartoons. But anyways, yeah, those things are supposed to be like freaking like celestial size like robots with like swords and stuff like that. And then that's also probably why the Star Torch Academy uses the Exo Strider's heart as like a sun, which again, I'm telling you, I think Rover is the one who created that, most likely. But yeah, anyways. So that's probably what I will do next stream. Oh yeah, Alfalfa. Alfalfa is the Pepepshi family. Mm. Mm. So he basically tried to tell her that harmony isn't beauty, happiness, and purity. Then when other people hear the true harmony praised, they hear suffering and tears. Oh, that's 100% true. Especially when we was over here and we found out the whole entire Stellaron thing is actually made from sheep, eh?
Light up the dawn.
Alrighty. Time to torture myself. Let's see if I can get this without being stuck on stupid. Oh god. I'm making this complicated, right? Okay. Oh god. So that means the last one could be like over here. Maybe. Yeah, I literally called it. It was gonna be right there. Oh. Alright. I was already making it more complicated in my head. A trash can. Oh, because there's stuff over. Okay. Bro, I knew. Bro. I knew I wasn't going crazy. I was gonna say, because I remember going at these other things. And there was also, what you call it? The like the other chest, and there was even another clock thing that I did. Bro, there's a lot of stuff that's like Star Rail related, man. I mean, not Star Rail, Genshin. Because even this... which I completely forgot to mention. But to be fair, I was blabbing about all these symbols and what they do and whatnot. But you see how the sun and Finon's sword looks? That's literally the same symbol as the Eclipse Dynasty in Conria. And also the Hexen Circle.
To the end.
And then you got all these cube stuff, which like Osmodee obviously trapped the other sibling. But when I was doing Durin's quest today, because I'm on, well, I finished 3, so I'm on 4 now. And then tomorrow I'll be on 5. But, yeah, there was that today or that was yesterday? When you had to choose, like, your gift? No, I think that was yesterday. When you had to choose your own gift of what you want. But yeah, you was doing like a whole, yeah, that was yesterday, because today you went into Simulanka to do that thing with Durin, and then when Durin became like real again, when you went back to Mondstadt, people forgot the other Durin, and that's what I'm up to right now. But anyways, yeah, I said all that because there was like floating cube stuff, like in gold and blue, and then of course you had like the stars, and then it showed like the sun symbol, which is like the hexen circle or whatnot. Dude, it's just like so much stuff. And then even when you go to Simulanka, you have to go to uh Storm Terror, like where you fight the Valen, but then like you open that seal and you jump in the tower, like down. And when you jump down, that's when you go to the Simulanka thing. So it's just there's like a whole bunch of stuff.
Light up the dawn.
It kind of makes sense why they call Alice Defender of Old Mondstadt. But yeah, it was just a whole bunch of stuff. And then even with Durin's mom like creating the book but leaving the ending like blank, and now Durin is like filling out the ending.
Light up the dawn.
So again, even with that story, it's like showing past, present, and futures all happening at the same time due to that book. So yeah, all these games are gonna really start getting complicated with how time works and like what's real and what isn't. And honestly, I don't know why Hoyoverse is deciding to make that stuff more complicated than it needs to be. Not fed up fighting. exactly where I called it. I spawned in the other room, and then I came here because there was a chest like somewhere here or here, I think. And then this space was empty. And then I figured once you went to the other gate, which the one I went to now, it will spawn right here. Oh, it just... Actually, no, let's just stay. We'll go backwards after. So I'll save that when I leave. Is there a trash can here? Surprised there's not a trash can like right in the middle. Oh, what is right here? Alrighty. Oh, hold on. Oh, let me just do this. But, I just realized I have a quick access wheel. I didn't even need to do all this. It's not like Genshin. Which, that's another thing. Genshin needs to... Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Oh, fuck. Genshin needs to add a quick access wheel. Cause it's stupid how you had to keep on going to like the pause menu just to do that. Oh god damn. That sneeze hurt my chest. Oh god. Nah, you know what? Just what the hell? I'll just leave it. Why not? Not even know who to put. I'm pretty sure all of these is gonna end up in a fight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of us is gonna be in a fight. Oh, fucking hell. Oh boy.
The future is great. Have some sunshine.
Thank you. We'll overcome the thorn. I can still keep going. To doubt farewell. The future will come.
Don't worry. Night falls. Good night. Rise and shine. I don't want to let go yet. Not thinking of running, are you?
Bro, I don't want to do Hyacinth.
Have some fun. Till we meet again.
Alright, well...
Light. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I can't thank you enough.
Show me the way.
I can't thank you enough.
Couldn't.
She died anyway.
I've heard the call.
Oh lord.
The eternity is before me.
God. I did not mean to do that.
Guys, rainbow! Have some sunshine!
I can't thank you enough.
Oh my fucking god.
Peaceful days are like breezes carrying the scent of wheat fields. I've appraised it all. No fakes.
Alright, let's actually make some sort of a team.
Thank you for the colors you've scattered across the world, Hyacinth.
Okay. Oh no.
Please.
Oh, actually, I don't know if I should put
With you here.
okay. Oh Lord. Okay. I'm stuck as stupid now. Who the hell can't figure this crap out? Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Oh my god. Dude. Oh, bro, and it's not even gold. That means I have to do another one. Unbelievable. Well, alright, well, that's way easier. Okay, not here. Oh, this has to stay like that. Huh. How do I... Oh my god. Again. What is wrong with me? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Bro, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, God. Oh my god. Dude. Oh, Lord. That is so goddamn embarrassing. I cannot believe it took me that long to figure it out. Jesus Christ.
A ninja must not lust for wealth, but they still need some possessions.
Oh, there's a book here. Hymn of the Stellaron. I still can't believe the Harmony made this. Oh, these are the Spirit in 3. Gift, Paradise, Purgatory. Alrighty. Oh, another one. Oh. Huh. Mm. There was one final fool claimed his own mask and is layered with 9 distinct faces. That sounds like what's this guy's name? Um oh damn, what's that Ravager's name? Assad Primad or something like that? Isn't his die like it might be more than 9, but I think it's like between 9 to 12. Most 10 nights of the graveyard, the elevation came first touched by the order. I wonder if it's actually a Saprimar. I want to see if there's any papers like right here. And then I'll go back. Alrighty. Yeah. Oh, the last trash can. And I'm assuming he is most likely he's most likely gonna give me some ridiculous question when all three answers is gonna be a fight. Okay, well. Ah, fuck. What is wrong with me? I literally just...
You're stubborn one.
The mood is
Fucking
set to
hell.
let the show begin.
Bro. Yeah. I'm
Stay away.
definitely gonna go to sleep after this.
May the foul stench dissipate quickly. Be of your body and mind. Existence is here.
And what am I doing? But I have to...
Ninjutsu secret technique, dazzling obliteration. Flee!
Did the rhythm get messed up? Dreams do come true.
Unbelievable.
The power of ninjutsu here is quite dim. I shall unleash the vibrant colors of dazzling ninjutsu.
Okay. Treasure. Why the fuck am I missing treasure from? Oh, maybe? Where am I missing treasure at? The hell? What the hell? How? Where? Actually, you know what? Let's just, what is this? Oh. I was doing stuff for Kafka. Yeah. There you go. Penacony. What the fuck? What? What's up there? Oh, I don't think I should have. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh. Ah. That is so clever. Now, would you look at this? Pretty sure this is. Oh. Hmm. I was gonna say golfer wood, but maybe not.
I accept this reward bestowed by the Great Lan.
Oh. No, this is golfer wood. Okay. Honestly, I didn't even need to do all this. I could just leave. Still, I'm gonna try to figure out where the hell. Maybe it's that right there. Let's see.
Huh. The power of ninjutsu here is quite dim. I shall unleash the vibrant colors of dazzling ninjutsu. Look at all the material in this place.
Is she always here? I think she was. Heard of in the future. She has flowers on her? Yeah, she does. Ah, this is where it is.
I shall unleash the vibrant colors of dazzling ninjutsu.
There's nothing here? Bro, really? No paper or book or anything? Ah, stupid. There's really nothing then. Alrighty, well.
Huh. The power of ninjutsu here is quite dim. I shall unleash the vibrant colors of dazzling ninjutsu.
Alrighty, I got 11. And I need to start doing this also. I think after I get Firefly's weapon on my other account, I'm gonna keep on going for Saber. Because I'm on a guarantee. I was pulling for. Oh, Saridra. That's what I was pulling for. I was pulling for Saridra. I lost. Then I was like, fuck it. Maybe I'll get lucky with Saber. And I was pulling for her, and I lost. And I got the exact same character. Fushuan twice. So, on a guarantee on that. But, yeah, this, honestly, I'll probably do the weapons first. Honestly, I don't even know when I would do this. I don't know. We'll see. Ay, ay, ay. Well, depending on how much I'm far back. Let me see. Oof. Alright. I'm at 27. Nah, I'll just save. I'll just save and get another 10. Then I'll do more. Alrighty. I'm so far behind on all this other stuff, yo. Jeez. Alrighty. Well, I'll probably do that next time. Yeah, 'cause that's what I need to do. I need to finish, Euphorious. I still got a quest. Pretty sure there's more quests I gotta do. But, yeah. I gotta walk around, do all those puzzles and nymphs and whatnot. And all this other stuff. Alright. I think it's a good time to end. Streamed up pretty long. I didn't think I was gonna be this long, but that's alright. Yeah, like I said earlier, I will most likely do Wuthering Waves because the update is next week and I want to finish all those events. I finished one of them. I did part of some other stuff. Oh, and I also gotta do the double drops on the artifact sets. I gotta do that. But yeah. So, hopefully later today. But, we'll see. If not, then tomorrow. So it should be today or tomorrow. Because on Sunday, I think I'm gonna stream again on YouTube. And then maybe Monday also. Or maybe Monday I'll do Twitch. And then go back and forth from there on. But, yeah, alright. That's it. So, like I said, hopefully later or tomorrow I'll do other ways. Cause I'm not gonna do anything else. I could do Zenless or some more of this, but this honestly could wait a little bit. And I'll probably do a build stream, I guess. Do the events. Probably do some more Euphoria stuff. Most likely Yap. While I do all that stuff. Like always. But, or maybe even Genshin. Nah, yeah. No, I'll do, Wuthering Waves. If I would do Genshin, I'll probably do that, like, a day after. Or maybe I'll do Wuwa, like, half of that. Which probably won't be half, because I think I'm gonna go pretty deep into that. But if I do end up doing, like, half of that, then when I mean half, like the events and the double drops and whatnot, and then maybe Genshin. And then maybe for that, I'll probably also do a little bit of building. And then hopefully I could knock out both of the Durin quests. That's if I start late, which I probably would. So I could do that, knock it out, and then while I'm still playing, and then I can knock it out when server resets. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, alright, I'm done.